All right. Um, well, this is sort of the second time I'm doing this because we were going to do it live in person in on this in this park called Little Island, which is like technically it's a park, so I guess it's public, but it's private property because it's like, you know, it's like a man-made island and it was privately funded, and I think it has the liabilities that private property has. So they closed it when there was lightning nearby. But I used the same PDF that I've sent around, which is like how many pages? It's like 12 or 13 pages. I used the same PDF to give a version of this talk that was at Shake Shack under the High Line to escape the rain during the day that we had originally planned on doing this. So you can kind of see some of these works. Most of them are artworks by Louise Lawler, but this slide is not. This is. All of these are. This is a work by Christopher D'Arcangelo. It's actually just documentation of a work. And this is a representation of one of Lawler's works. These are supplementary materials to that work, in my opinion. They give some background on it. Photographic artwork, black and white. One of the very early works that is fairly well known at Artist Space. An invitation to that exhibition. An invitation to a project by Christopher D'Arcangelo and Peter Nadine. A black and white documentation image of an artwork by Daniel Buren that was produced by Christopher D'Arcangelo and his partner Kathy Weiner. And then this is the bill for that performance. And this is the beginning of my talk here. So I kind of have some notes on this page, and rather than writing out a kind of a script for me to read that's heavily premeditated, I'd like to sort of just give impressions. And these are the impressions I anticipate I'll give, or these are kind of like cues of some of the major impressions I've received while studying Louise's work more closely for this talk. So it's kind of like a set list to be deviated from and also improvised on, rather than something that is officially, that is like an official statement. The reason for that is that it, on one hand, it will actually show the real process of receiving Louise's work, and as well as the work of other artists that will be part of this lecture. And also, I think that does a little bit to even out the dynamic. I guess it's a power dynamic, or maybe it's like a communicational imbalance where a lecturer has a podium, but none of the participants have podiums, and they're not amplified. So also, as Matilda said, please interrupt me with any kind of comments or questions, or also technical things like, if you need me to repeat something or if something's not working, feel free to come and go, and also camera on or camera off. Yeah, okay. So one thing that Louise Lawler says fairly frequently about her work is that reception makes the work. So that'll kind of be one. That's kind of one of the core things that I'll be trying to kind of talk about, or that I've personally been trying to figure out. Like, what does that really mean? And like, at first, when I first heard that phrase, I just thought of like art history. I thought of, catalogs and reviews, those types of official reception, like how was an exhibition received? How was a work received within the kind of discourse? But I am interested. I mean, bird calls has kind of also been the other center for this study, and just going up to observe the work frequently, eventually, I think most observers will land on the fact that, like, there are lots of receivers of that work who aren't even, human, that the birds can hear it and that the birds react to it, and also that most birds are migratory. So it's like that must be strange for a bird to hear the same call in the same location every time they're there, and it doesn't move with them, and they're thinking, anyway, so that kind of, they're thinking, why doesn't this bird migrate like I migrate? It's like going to be really cold here soon. I think that kind of receptivity is something that, if for me, I learned to pick up from Louise's work in preparing this. And then also, I just want to say that I have taken in a lot of information, and I don't recall where everything came from, but one major source for me was Leah Paresh's dissertation on Louise and the period around the late 70s in downtown New York, in these what were called alternative space galleries, which Artist Space was kind of one of the emblematic ones. So, like, early on, I thought that doing this talk through the lens of one of Louise's receivers would be helpful, because this person, Christopher Darkangelo, was a very close friend of Louise's in an early period of intense activity and development, artistic development, and they had a number of they share a number of core experiences. Like, for instance, one is the one that's pictured here, that is a performance that Christopher did at, I think it was Rosa Essman Gallery in New York, where he was uninvited, and he was forced out into the hallway. He tried to sell these apples inside the exhibition space after having another idea rejected, and then that idea wasn't up for rejection. That was just something he was doing, but they physically pushed him out of the space, and once they got him out the door and into the hallway, or you could say into the more public realm of that building, he was no longer their problem, but he was also free to continue his performance. And that relationship between Chris and Louise is one that Leah also thought about and researched a great deal in her dissertation. So I learned so much from it, and I'm really grateful for that. So thanks, Leah. I'm just checking on my other notes here to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. So I may have to scroll back up to the top periodically to get back to these to the set list. So reception makes the work. So and also work. Like, so what is work? I mean, work actually is work. The term work has multiple definitions, but I think it has multiple contexts that make it mean different things. But I think it only multiplies in meaning or it always multiplies in addition to differentiating, I think. Like when you say, what do you do for work? Oh, I produce art events for a well-known artist, a well-known French artist in New York. Or like I drive a taxi, or I make paintings, or like, well, I make my work. I think those things all mean the same thing, and that's on view right now in an exhibition by Soil Thornton at Swiss Institute. There's a video that is just artists saying the word work, and I think the exhibition is really amazing in how it examines that term as well as that activity and questions what it is. So this is a bill that was given to Daniel Buren to pay for the production of a performance called Ballet Number 11. And I will read it because I think it might be hard to read on Zoom or on the screen. It's a little bit blurry. I took a photograph that's a little bit blurry. Ballet Number 11, February 2nd, 1978, beginning at 1:30 p.m., ending at 2:30 p.m., taking place by 5th Avenue between 6th Avenue and Lexington, and between 42nd Street and 53rd Street, performed by several artists and friends of Christopher Darkangelo's, color, gray, and white. Stills by L. Lawler, concept and work by D. Buren, organization and execution by C. Weiner. You get the idea. It ends with an expense list and a total due. So it's like this is an invoice, but it's also it also tells you everything there is to know, all of the transactional information, all of the like alienated parts, all of the workers, the location, the content of the work, what it cost, who's paying for it, who needed the work. But this is just a bill. This is just like a receipt for the archive. And it doesn't mention the one person who's most responsible for it, I think, which is Christopher Darkangelo. But it does mention his partner, Kathy Weiner, who I think typed this up and would type up a lot of his documents, and also must have kind of collaborated logistically on this. So the photographer is L. Lawler, and L. Lawler must have taken this photo that I found in the same folder in Christopher Darkangelo's archive. And maybe this photograph, I don't know, it might be kind of, well, I'm unsure what people might think about it when they see it. It might be sort of banal. In a way, it looks like a bit of a snapshot, or what's sometimes called a candid photograph of just, or street, or like street photography. Although street photography, especially in New York, had been kind of stylistically determined to be really highly visually dynamic, and this is more like a well, it bears the mark of what it is, which is just documentation of an event. It's objective. So this is the ballet happening. Can you see my mouse? I think you probably can. This is the ballet happening on 53rd Street. Great. And it's outside of MoMA. And there's traffic going by. There's cars parked outside. And what's amazing, for me, this is the only photograph I've seen that I know of by Louise Lawler that is not an artwork. I'm going to try and bring up one other one, because this is, I think you can start to see how reception makes the work. When I bring this up, hold on. I think a number of people might know where I'm going, but I'm going to pull up an artwork called Volkswagen, I think. there were several artworks like this that Louise made. So this is an artwork by Louise. It's a postcard called Volkswagen, and it gives a different angle of the same location. It might be a different day, and these might be different performers, but they are, it looks like they're undertaking the same performance. Their stripes bear resemblance to, these are Daniel Buren's stripes. They're bearing some resemblance to stripes on these banners for a retrospective of Saul DeWitt. But this artwork is called Volkswagen. It's not called Stripes or MoMA or other things. It's called what the object in the foreground is, which I think shows a form of receivership that was happening while Louise was working. Thanks, Mathilde, for sharing that Met link. To go back to this bill, this is a bill that Daniel Buren would receive, but I think it also names a number of people, places, contexts, and equipment that would be receiving his work as well. Volkswagen was a work that was derived out of the reception of that context. Another work that I think bears some resemblance are these invitations, or this page is an invitation to another work that bears some resemblance to the Buren performance. So you can see this page is very, very, very similar. This is actually two invitations. One is for the product of 9 days' work. One is for the product of 5.5 days' work. But the 9 days' work situation, which was a ceiling to be produced in Louise's loft, that was produced by Peter Nadine and Christopher Darkangelo, and used these materials, Celotex, drywall, lath, and nails. It was opened for viewing on January 23rd and 30th, 1978. Here's another one. This was, I think, a painting job, basically, in a dining room, living room, some bedrooms. But here's a statement that's attached to these two invitations. We have joined together to execute functional constructions and to alter or refurbish existing structures as a means of surviving in a capitalist economy. Peter Nadine and Christopher Darkangelo can be contacted to execute future work at their addresses and at their telephone numbers. It looks like a bill, but now it looks more like a playbill than a receipt or an invoice. Or maybe it looks like both. It's purchased by Louise Lawler, this ceiling, but it was also functioned by Louise Lawler. The function is by Louise Lawler. The name of this project was called Design by Function. in which people provided functions to other people who would construct those functions. Or in other words, people would present their needs to people who could help them realize them. And, you know, in most cases, within a survival context in a capitalist economy, those functions would need to be purchased. But that brings me to a quote from Christopher up here. It's this one here. Space is a common commodity. In our current social context, space is divided by design to fill specific functions. Once the divisions are made, it's often difficult to see the relationship between design and function. But the relationship can be seen through the limitations placed on us in a given space. So in the context of this ceiling, there's another document in this archive that gives a lot more details. It's actually a contract that allows both the commissioner and the workers to publicly display the product of their labor. And in that contract, it says that Louise was in need of soundproofing because her neighbors upstairs had asked her to be quiet. So, like, that's kind of interesting to me that it's like they have a need for quiet, and then they transmitted the need to Louise. And then she has a need for copacetic peace within her living environment, so then she did something to try to address their need and pass that on to Christopher and Peter, who had a need to make money and make work. And work for money, and work for work, and then they got an artwork and a job out of it. But I think I heard that Louise also worked on the ceiling. But I think that also kind of points to some of the context, that this was like a group of friends, peers, acquaintances, colleagues of varying degrees of closeness who kind of shared various roles and worked and lived in various contexts together. And, you know, like when your friend comes over to help or to like build a wall or like paint a room at your house, like you would likely help them in some way. But that kind of like bleed is something that has been said to be kind of emblematic of this generation or this particular movement, that a lot of people gave the name, or a lot of people would call them pictures generation artists, but there's a lot of people who don't fall under that umbrella, who are part of the social context. But there's bleed. The bleed between practices is kind of characteristic. That was in a review of this exhibition that blank, Louise Lawler, Adrian Piper, and Cindy Sherman were in at Artist Space in 1978. So that's the same year that all of this stuff went on. But it's the winter of that year. And this stuff happened, or I guess that's the fall of this year. This happened in the winter, February. The ballet, that was the ballet. And then the ceiling happened before that. And then finally in the fall, this exhibition opened. And this is another invitation. The blank space. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Anyone? Oh, okay. I think maybe someone was just unmuted. Are there any questions or comments? I'm just scrolling through the participants to see quickly. Okay, I don't see any. Let me just come back for a second. Yeah, that term work becomes malleable, I think, with this generation. I mean, it always has been. I think every period of art, as ever since people would have jobs in addition to their calling to be an artist, and before that, labor had always been a context for inspiration and insight, or work has been, as well as a product of art. Yeah, I'll go back to this quote as well before I go into the Artist Space show. This was, as well as this text that I had already read, these were Christopher Darkangelo's artwork in the exhibition. They were pasted on the wall, but they were actually meant to be printed on the wall using photographic emulsion. So they were meant to turn the gallery wall into a photo paper. That was attempted, but what ended up being most expedient was to paste them onto the wall. And if you go to the Christopher Darkangelo archives, you can actually see the pieces of paper that had been pasted on the wall and peeled off, and they have the paint and glue on their backs still. And they look like really incredibly fresh. They look like they were just taken off the wall. So this is something else that he said. Being in public space, when any work is open to the public or shown, it is open to physical discourses. Because of this fact, you may, if you wish, add or subtract from this work. I think that addition and subtraction is part of a work's reception. Or I think it's an inevitable result of reception. So like one way that a work gets added to is by interpolation and interpretation by its audience. That just like, this is the work that Louise showed. Anyone coming into this room might say like, well, I don't know what this is. Okay, is the work a painting? Or, is the work these windows, or is it this trash can, or is that an ashtray? Oh, is it this light form outside? Or, is it maybe it's this image that gets projected across the street? I think those like impressions are getting added to that work. And then there's other, there's always negative. I mean, you can't do an addition without a subtraction from somewhere. But let me just briefly come back here. This is another. So in the Buren bill, we saw that Christopher did not put his name here, but this is in his archive. It was pretty influential to him, and clearly we can see it inspired a lot of form. It was a formal inspiration for this other work that was pretty serious. There were like many editions of this project. And here again, his name is not present amongst the exhibiting artists. The absence might just cause you to ask why. And maybe that's all you need. He shared reasons for doing that in his text that was in the gallery, and that can be read in this book. called Christopher Darkangelo that was published by Kunstverein Publishing and Artispace. I think it was in association with a project in Amsterdam. Yeah. Artispace sells this. You can dive into it further. It's kind of an invitation within an invitation, in a way, but it's also a subtraction. And the invitation is one of the things that would be public about Artispace. It would necessarily, it's a part of Artispace's dependence upon a public. That is, that they need people to come in from out. And they need people to see what they do, or at least that's what the leadership at the time felt. And you can see in this image, Artispace was a second floor gallery, nondescript. You couldn't really see inside from the street. You wouldn't really know it's there just walking around. Even no matter how much you loved art, you might not know it's there. Even if you were on that street specifically to go to Artispace, you might miss it. But this postcard, in a way, it's kind of a psychological projection, I think, that it goes out into the public from this privatized space in which not everything is possible. Only the things that are invited are possible. And it goes out and it says, you all want to know about this. But a lot of the people who received those postcards, really, they probably did. Yeah, so here's Louise's work in that exhibition. I think Christopher's paper was on this wall, and it would have been like just a bit out of frame here. If you were looking at this painting, I think you would see it. This is the same wall. People would ask the other artists in the show, Adrian Piper and Cindy Sherman and Louise, what's up with that text that you had? That was pretty far out. And they would say, oh, that's not mine. Yeah, but that's quite interesting to me that the audience would actually, like, it shows, I think, the resiliency and flexibility of reception that, you know, as I was saying, like, you might receive this trash can as a part of this work. What the work is really up to you. And you, I mean, because it's up to you, or it's left to you, you really do make the work in your mind. Like, for me, what is this work for me? I mean, for me, I think the first thing this work was for me was this part, which is this white overexposure where there is no information. That's what I thought this work was at first. And I really didn't look at the horse painting very much. But then recently I watched Brokeback Mountain for the first time. And I kind of got into horses. I never really had a big interest in horses because, like, my sister was into horses. And I identified as it not being my thing. It was her thing and not my thing. So I was always like, oh, I'm not really into horses. But now I look at this painting. The painting came from a racetrack where horse enthusiasts would gather, as well as gambling enthusiasts. And I'm sure like a lot of other enthusiasms gathered at this racetrack. But the racetrack constituted another private audience and other forms of reception. You know, people trained or people who had developed ways of looking at a horse and appreciating them or it or her or him, or appreciating their bloodline or their race results. You know, and then there's other people who look at this painting and appreciate the brushwork and the palette and the frame or the framing, the composition. It's been said, I think, by Rosalind Deutsche that this, and other people, that one thing that was happening here was that audiences from different private spaces were getting combined. So you had the downtown avant-garde or postmodern inflected artists who would come and congregate at artist space and receive work there. And then you had the race enthusiasts, but you also had the space that artist space projects onto. The public. There was something I wanted to bring up now. Oh, right. So the story is that what you would see during opening hours is, this window wouldn't be rectangles, like especially during the technical reception of the show. During the reception, which this postcard is inviting you to. It was what was it? It was at 5 p.m. on September 23rd, 1978. This postcard's inviting you to come here and stand around with drinks and cigarettes, and you're hugging and dancing, you're laughing, you're arguing. This is all in marionette silhouette happening down on the street. The public space is receiving the private performance, or really the private life is being made into a performance, or I kind of wonder if it's being made into an image. And I was curious, like, what does an image feel like? Or what does it feel like to be made into an image? And I don't know, I mean, I don't think the people inside would be particularly aware of it. I think it would be beyond most people at the time that this is happening, but their shadow would kind of feel it, I think. I remember, like, interacting with my shadow as a kid and wondering, what does my shadow feel? Because there's a Disney cartoon of like Peter Pan or something where like the shadow feels things. But the shadow kind of is also joined to everything where the light isn't hitting, and it's completely relative. I saw in the chat, interesting, Michelle Alpern, who is the person who reminded me to check out Leah Paresh's dissertation. She said, interesting the deliberate absence of the name in relation to Lawler's bird calls. And then Park, my partner, said, and being audience, or the possibility to add a name in the blank, how that might change the show. Domingo said, the horse is mirroring the window frames, and even the light outside is then mirroring the floodlight from above. And Constantina Zabatzano said, deaf, and the horse in the photo is backlit, and so is the whole pic given the lighting. Yeah, we see the backlight. We see the backlight. We see the front light. And we see the frame. We see the frame projected. Like, is that the radiator? No. Like, I can't see the radiator here. I like that I can ask these kinds of questions in this work. This is like the kind of question that is like, what time is it? Oh, is it 6? Or is it noon? Is it 6:30 or 12:30? I don't see the radiator. Maybe there's a slight shadow here. Here's another form of reception. I think also, I'm going to actually try to define a concept called the art coefficient. I think for me, that's kind of where I've learned that Louise's work excels, or not excels, I mean, it excels. That's one particular functionality that I can uncover as a viewer in Louise's work, that it reclaims art coefficients in artworks that otherwise would be stagnant. So what art coefficients is the capacity for an artwork to escape the intentions of its maker and its community. So like if I say like my artwork is about like if I say this artwork's about circles, well, you might say, well, the circle's contained in a square, I think it's about squares. Or you might say, well, I think it's actually about books. Or, well, actually, I think it's about words. And the artist might say, no, it's about Emilio, right here. Or the artist friend might say, no, it's about my first mistake. I made my first mistake. I called. With didactic complacency. There is not one single thing. For that reason, words do not count. That is, that we love one another. If only things counted. Where was that? If only things counted. Things count, Emilio said. Or you could say, finally, it lit a telephone, dialed a number. The body rose and went to open. Open is the name of this photograph. It's just a black and white photograph that's circular, 6 1/8 inches. It's circular, but it's not like, is it cut out? The photograph. This caption means that the photograph is not the paper it's on. It's the paper receiving the light. It's the part where the paper received the light and got exposed and then got developed and now reflects differently afterward, having been exposed and having received. But this is kind of where I learned, I think. This is the artwork where I really learned about reception, because this is a book. I can't remember the name. Wow, I didn't write down the author even. It's a book. So I can't remember the name or the author, but one doesn't read a book that way most of the time, right? I mean, unless you're a poet, maybe, or unless you can't get around the frame that is obscuring parts of the book. Normally one reads line by line, left to right, top to bottom, beginning to end. And one doesn't construct their own story inside the text. But just this simple subtraction to the public space of this text that had been translated into English and shared necessitates that you do interpret it. Or, I don't know, maybe it doesn't, because when I first saw this, like a long, long time ago, I just thought, oh, interesting, it's a circular crop of a book. I wonder what book, and that's as far as I took it. But to just spend a couple more moments with it, yeah. To just spend a couple more minutes with it, the words start to act, and they act inside of their incompleteness, and they live. So that is an example of art coefficients. This author didn't write this book to be read in a circle. They didn't write it for their intentions. Whatever their intentions were, they weren't realized here, the writer of the book. And whatever Louise Lawler's intentions were, they have only an indirect bearing on how we might actually receive them, and then what we might do with them. One way of defining the art coefficient, I would say, is to multiply what I didn't mean to do by what I wanted to do, or what I wanted to do but didn't get to do, and what I didn't mean to do that did happen. It's like the unintentional and the unintentional multiplied by the unexecuted. I think I saw some chat. Syme replied to Constantina and Domingo. Oh, and Constantina said, really serving glam aqueduct. That's the horse. Yeah, look at that. Serving. Syme said, the racehorse in Muybridge's motion picture also mirrored in projected light. Oh, right, you get the frames. The frames are already here. The frames are here, as well as the doorway to step into the frames. And the frames are here. And here. I'm saying the frames of the photographic film roll, or the frames of exposure that Muybridge would produce in order to like try to move between frames and say like what changed. Like if I look at what changed between these frames, I can figure out what moved. Like what was in action between these instants. And then, oh yes, Conjugal Love by Moravia. Yeah, Moravia is the author, and I've heard the title of this book has been translated in different ways. There's another title that starts with ill. It's Italian originally. It's ill something. Formerly echoing Nancy Holt's Locators. Oh, exactly, Brandon. Yeah, these great works. I don't know how popular they are, but Nancy Holt has these amazing pipes. Let me just pull them up. Oh shit, wrong page. Okay, I'm glad we're only like an hour into the program, so I haven't gone too far yet. Yeah, let me share this. So these works are these pipe sculptures, and then sometimes they have a circle, which I don't know if this might just be black. Like, I think this one is just a black circle, and that's kind of trying to tell someone who does not have their eye up to this hole, like this. This is kind of trying to tell someone where it's looking. This is like saying, watching someone's eyes and saying like, oh, they're not looking. I can like grab my credit card to pay for lunch, or like, you know, whatever. I have a moment of privacy because they're not looking. But then, you know, the viewer engages with their body, and their body's free, you know, has degrees of freedom outside of this work, and within this work it's constrained, but it's still not like exact, because I mean, on one hand the work accounts for looking this way, but it'll also account for looking the other way. Which is kind of also saying like there's always two sides to the coin, or two any view happens in reciprocity. Here we go. That's what you see if you're up here is down here. What you see if you're down here is up here. Yeah, these are really awesome. And, you know, they can be used in ways to say, like, look at this. So in a way, they kind of do photography. Like in this one, that's a locator looking at a locator. And then you can see a formal progression and development in her sun tunnels. Dia, that was a really formative experience for me, was going to Dia right before the pandemic began, during a storm inside of a Nancy Holt retrospective. I think maybe this, I don't think that was on view. But these locators were, oh, here it is. Where'd it go? Whoa. This was the show at Dia. Yeah, for anyone who's ever invited to do a artist on artist lecture, they are quite understanding, because this was like 2019 when Park was invited to do one, and she's still yet to do it, and they haven't really pushed her very hard. They've allowed things to develop naturally. And like Matilda said, we were in conversation for multiple years just for this. Okay, I'll go back to my slides. Yeah, like to read that way, to say, like to remind yourself, like the frame can be drawn, the frame can be redrawn at any time. Like reading that way is so amazing to me, and that really like is a way of describing what art making is. But it also means, I mean, it can be stated in another way, which is that you have agency in your reception. One thing in one of the well-known interviews that Louise has done that she said is that when she moved to New York, she diligently attended all of the exhibitions and openings. And she said that she wasn't as interested in who was showing or what they were showing as much as like how they were showing. And how they were being seen, maybe, I wonder, or how they were being received, probably. So now for the entree. I don't have a picture of the bird calls at Dia, but this is a early material bird calls can be represented visually in several ways. One is to provide this list that uses color to differentiate the parts of a name that have been turned into a call. But it can also be represented by just displaying this photograph of a parrot. And that's a visual representation, but the body of the work is it's a sound piece. And even in this early version, so this I believe would have been close to, I noticed that it has 2 dates, and I was really curious. That was kind of the first real factual thing that I had to deal with here, was why does it have 2 dates? And I found several different things. Leah gave the most concrete and complete view of why it had 2 dates. And then I think Rosalind, again, in a later essay in her MoMA catalog, mentioned that in 1972, sometime between 1972 and 1981, Louise went to the Empire State Building observation deck where they had a machine similar to this. This is like a coin-operated record your own record machine. I'm thinking about this thing as being in public. The reason why I'm showing it is that, it's not technically in public because you have to pay for it. It's in a private space. But it's this, publicness is maybe a spectrum. And I was reading a Felix Gonzalez Torres interview last night where he said nothing's really public because, within our society, you have to pay for everything. But the price of what you pay for relative to your purchasing power, that's kind of part of within, I guess, this modernist capitalist society. That's kind of part of what defines the gradient. So this was 25 cents, and you could go talk into this microphone and it would record a record. And in the context of the Empire State Building observation deck, this was like a souvenir that you could make when you visit New York, and then you could put a stamp on it and send it in the mail. To say, you could send sounds, you could send the sound of your vacation back home. So what did Louise record there? So she recorded bird calls, and it's pretty well known. It's mentioned quite often whenever this work is shown that bird calls was first developed with Martha Kite when Martha and Louise were walking home from Pier 18, to their respective homes. Louise lived on Greenwich Street, I think, at the time. So that was not that far of a walk, because Pier 18 became Battery Park City. And that's probably why it was abandoned at the time, and why it was available for this curator, Willoughby Sharp, to use it as a site and backdrop for conceptual performance and photography, photographic art project that became a MoMA Projects exhibition. And the story goes that you kind of couldn't help but notice that everybody who's being assisted is male, and maybe even has a particular kind of type of personality. But everybody's a cat. Everyone who's being assisted is a cat. Someone who does cat calls. And then everybody who's assisting is a girl who gets catcalled. That's really, I mean, that dynamic, that's the sexual dynamic of postmodernism is, if you want to go more heavy into theory, Craig Owens's text, I think it's called The Work of Others, is really amazing. And it thinks about how in what Heidegger called a world of pictures, that is the modern world, where images can be reproduced mechanically or industrially, in a world of pictures where everything is a picture and everything can be looked at. He asks, like, what is the subject then? And I mean, the subject is really the subjugated. So, like, it's the pictured. And, within modern art, it's the female body that's pictured, and it's the male body that pictures. But unpacking and dealing with that concept is kind of the work of the pictures generation to varying degrees. Some people are more comfortable with it than others. So they noticed this. It was annoying, I'm sure. I mean, whenever you're doing any kind of a job, things get to be things get on your nerves, and you walk home with those things and you process them on your walk home while you're in public space. And Martha and Louise started kind of processing them vocally, or like they just, I guess the story is that one day someone just made the name Willoughby into a bird call. And I'm sure it was like a release. But then it had another function that on the public streets of New York in the early 70s, downtown, in this kind of basically abandoned part of town, this yet to be gentrified or yet to be, now it's where the Goldman Sachs headquarters and the Citibank headquarters. Citibank is now across the street from Louise, where Louise lived at the time, I think. And Goldman Sachs exists where this pier used to be. But in the early 70s, it was like known to be kind of the no man's land, the space of outlaws, and a place where you kind of have to navigate other people's awareness of you. Just for the purpose of safety. That was the story, at least. So when they started making bird calls on the street, it became this way of kind of like becoming hyper visible and using representation against subjugation. So how it functions is the part in red is the part that is made into a bird call, and the part in another color, in this case like green, is the unspoken part. And like I said, when I first heard it, I didn't realize it was an artwork. I just thought it was birds. And also I was a lot younger, and I didn't know as much about art. But even if I did, I think if you're not ready for it, it just sounds like birds living. And if you can hear, like, what's a good one? I think Cucci! Enzo Cucci. I don't know that artist. I think that's one of the people that we're reminded is not as well known anymore. But at the time, their names were everywhere. You know, these names were like, they were like the sound of birds or the sound of streetcars, or they were just part of the soundscape, these names. And if you could interpret them and hear a name instead of just noise, then you could speak bird. Or you were bird-brained. So it actually shows the receptivity that, like, if you can decipher Kossuth out of a bird call, if you can hear a bird say a name, then you're receptive, you're receiving, and you're turning the animal's tongue into, you know, art history. Another form of public apparatus. Oh, before I go here, questions or comments? Do we want to take a break? Can I play the audio? I'll try. Let's see here. I'm not sure if I have audio set up, actually. I didn't test that. Thanks, Mahan. See you. Okay. Share sound. Marin is asking me to imitate the bird calls if I can. Let's see if I can play it. Can you hear it? Nice. I want to see if I can find. I love all the background noise and the echo. Is it? This one. That's the one, Art Schweger. I think that I love that one you can really hear her go for it. And I think it's the one, it might bear the most resemblance maybe to what might have been happening on the street, but it's just amazing. It's just like, I mean, I'm just imagining someone standing here and doing this. It's great. So Tina said, to be honest, amazing captions right now, looking at the poster while listening. Sarsi just said, it's also where the work is displayed at DIA that makes it even more intense as a listening experience. Once you catch on to what is happening, once you catch on to what is happening, it not being inside a gallery, was that Louise's call, or has it ever been shown indoors in other contexts? And Domingo said, in the wild, regarding echo in the recording. Yeah, in the wild. Should I unmute somebody to just get the sounds of the wild? About the outside thing. It has been shown in spaces. I've seen pictures of gallery installations. It's been shown inside galleries, and there was this exhibition in a church in Europe early on where there was a lot of other work inside this sort of like abandoned or like church that was being renovated. Uh-oh, hold on. No. Okay, hold on. I'm recording my audio here, and and it just stopped for some reason. So now I'm gonna make another recording. Okay, should be going now. In that church, it was the background, or it was it was just there with all the other work. It was kind of like a soundtrack to an exhibition. And I think what I read in Leia's dissertation was that it was particularly ghostly, kind of spectral, which in the context of like exhibiting contemporary art in Europe sometimes, or outside of New York, these names do sort of feel like specters sometimes, even though they're, half of them are Europeans. It's like, sometimes it feels like it's their habitat is New York, or the different art centers. Mary Guy had the bird calls in a group show in 2006. Yeah. Thanks, Michelle. But the interesting thing about the situation up at DIA is that it's external to the museum, but it's also kind of the most internal part of the museum because it's gated, the garden that it's in. So you can't get there without going through, the front desk, the reception, paying for a ticket. But then you kind of have to snake your way through the building to get to this garden. And it has multiple entrances and multiple exits, which is part of the design of the building. Now I'm forgetting who designed it. Matilda probably knows. You can chime in. But this Morris, is it Robert Morris that designed Dia Beacon? But like this design is meant to have always... Oh, Robert Irwin. Thank you. The design is meant to always have multiple vectors. And it does, but the garden is like the most interior part, like, because you have to go through many layers to get to the garden, even though it has multiple routes. So it's like simultaneously external and internal. And there's a lot of doors to the outside all over the building, but they're marked like, emergency exit, alarm will sound, or whatever. Or you're also kind of put on edge because it's a museum and you're kind of like unsure what the norms are there. I remember feeling sort of like afraid to open a door. But then I would see other people open it and go out there and like do something. They like observed something, and that's how I first went out there to hear it. And I didn't even realize that what they were observing I was like, oh, is it the trees? Which those are the Robert Irwin design, and that is something you can observe out there. But I think they were getting the bird calls. Brandon said, Josephine said, I can offer some fountain sounds. And Brandon said, voice is so integral to identity, singularity, signaling class, geographic origin, race, gender. Maybe Lawler makes each of the artists into a Pokemon, only able to say their own name. Oh yeah. The deformation of voice in service of a kind of camouflage. Yeah, exactly. Like you can pass in the art world if you can say these names and if you can hear them when they're said. This is another kind of public device. At the Empire State Building now, they're free, but they had been coin operated in the past. And this one is tap to pay. And they're binoculars that allow you to get, a telescopic view on the scene. You can put a little coin in and get bird sight. You get raptor vision. But I just like, so I'm mentioning this because like this kind of thing that's like accessing a visual apparatus, like we're familiar with that I think people are more familiar with these than they are with these. And at the time, I think this was more of an exception. This was also exceptional, but it was fairly commonplace in the States in 1972. So we were like accustomed to accessing this kind of like semi-publicly available viewing apparatus to make something, to like make an image and to be able to move it around and like frame something and look at something that you couldn't see if not for that frame. But then Louise did the same thing with sound here. Like you can't hear the birds talking if you don't have the right frame. So public space is kind of what I was trying to figure out, or public material is what I was trying to figure out before I started this research. And I just have this question, like, what is public material? Because public artworks, generally, they're private artworks that are in public space, but they're private property. Sometimes they might be municipal property, but they're privately owned. And I was curious if a work could be public materially rather than situationally. So here's Chris D'Arcangelo, who has just been pushed into the margin, or pushed out of the private gallery, just as far as that marginal designation takes over, where the function of the space is made apparent. Like in his statement, he said, space is a common commodity. In our current social context, space is divided by design. Divided to fill specific functions. So in the case of that gallery, it's to show the work. It's not just to show artwork. It's to show specifically the work that the gallerist wants to show, and to not show the work that it doesn't want to show. Because what happened was she invited Chris to be part of a group exhibition, and then he accepted. He asked her to put it in writing, and she did. He took that, thought about it, came back, and proposed an idea to her. And then another artist heard him propose the idea and said, if you do that, I won't be in the show. And then the gallerist said, okay, Chris, sorry, you've been uninvited. and I mean, I can imagine how I would react to that, to thinking, I mean, I think it's been now kind of a common reaction for me to say, well, then what can I do which you have no jurisdiction over? And he tested it he says, once the divisions are made, it's often difficult to see the relationship between design and function. But the relationship can be seen through the limitations placed on us in a given space. So he went there, he did something that could be perfectly allowable, but then it was disallowed. And by revealing, or by provoking that disallowance, he's revealed the function of the design. And he's revealed its limits. So now he's out in the hall smoking a cigarette, eating an apple, and doing his performance, which was to sell apples. And it's like, this framing almost looks like it's coming from, like, the photographer who was Kathy Weiner. It almost looks like she's inside the gallery looking out into the hall. And it's like, it's just happening right there. So even if he's not allowed in the space, you pass him in the hall and then you go into the gallery, he's like, he's traveled with you in your head, you know? It relates to an artwork of Louise's. It's kind of that really like struck me. It's very clear to me that she made matchbooks. She has a number of matchbooks, but there was one that kind of showed me what they do really clearly. That was a matchbook printed with the text, "An Evening with Julian Schnabel." That was the name of a lecture that Julian Schnabel was doing, and it was heavily publicized. I think it might have been at a museum like at LACMA, or no, I think it might have been at MoCA in LA. But it was heavily publicized. It was a spectacle, and it was private. And it was inside a private auditorium. And that would mean that people can be restricted, or entry can be restricted. So Louise stood outside on the street at the entrance and passed out these matchbooks with the same phrase as the name of the event. And people say this is one thing that pictures artists explored, but I would just say I think it's something artists of the time were exploring, whether they were pictures or not. That what does it mean to change the context of something? And for example, what does it mean to change the context of language? So it's the exact same phrase, "An Evening with Julian Schnabel." What does it mean when the museum says it? What does it mean when Louise says it? And you might say nothing. It doesn't mean anything. And yet somehow the matchbook travels from outside, from the public space that surrounds the auditorium, and it goes inside. And it's sitting there, and it's different. And I'm sure you can recover meanings from that difference. Like, I'll pull up one more piece here. This is another matchbook. Because I always thought, well, because you would think matchbooks, like records, they're ubiquitous. Like, they have a purpose. Like, matchbooks are to, like, light up with. And records are to listen to. Like, they're for making sound, making music happen. Matchbooks are to light a cigarette or a pipe or a joint or a candle. But most of all, they're for smoking. But these matchbooks say no smoking. And the title of this artwork is 3 books for $1. Which I think how I receive that is... Oh, this is funny too. Look at this. 3 books for $1. L.A. Lawler. I don't know. It's just like... I'm talking about this event in Los Angeles. That, the Julian Schnabel thing. But this kind of shows what the matchbooks are for. They're matches that are not for smoking. They're books of incendiary devices. And they're much like, banned books. $3 books for $1. That's like a common thing at like used bookstores. You can get 3 for 1, or like buy one get one, or that's like at a cheap pulp. In the pulp section, you'll get the 3 for $1 thing, and it doesn't say matches anywhere. It says books. Pull up my slides again. Any commentary? Okay, then one more time on the public thing. So like when you go to a lecture, you go to a theater hall or a lecture hall, a theater, an auditorium, and you have this spectacle in front of you. Everybody kind of the kind of like popular theory of the social function of these spaces is that everybody becomes an individual that is in commune with the spectacle, and they're individuated, and they're no longer like a mob, and like somehow you can get hundreds of people together regularly all the time, and riots don't happen. It's like kind of amazing, like the the device of the spectacle. But Louise figured this way of turning these individuating boxes into socializing boxes. And it was just not even by removing the spectacle completely, but just by kind of changing its form and doing something to the visual component, or by reframing it to say, now it's just the film, it's the same film, just doesn't have the picture. And I guess what happened is now people are just sitting in a room and there's nowhere to look, but there's a lot of stuff to listen to, and people would start squawking and saying did you hear that? I wonder what, it would become a social space, which I think makes it into an incendiary space. At least that within the concept of a control society, the movie theater, which is seen as a pacifier, becomes incendiary. So that was 1979. in Santa Monica. And that was 79 is 2 years before kind of making the final recording of this in Terry Wilson's studio. And I think this is just worth thinking about, that like there's something happening here with image and sound, and there's an awareness being developed of like how image comes with sound comes with image, but they also travel separately, and that there's things that you can do using these disciplines against their sectioning off, or what did Chris call it? He said their division. You can do things against the division of disciplines with the disciplines. So like, I think this I'm not sure about. I haven't really confirmed it, but I heard that the early versions of this artwork were actual film reels that had a blacked out, that had the entire reel blacked out, but it had the sound attached. And so it was synced to the whole reel, but it just like, it didn't let the light through, it didn't let the like apparatus project onto the screen. But it was trying to. And then I think I heard that later versions of this work used the revolution of the hand to unscrew the bulb of the projector and like make it something that can be done to any movie. It doesn't have to be done only to a specific print. As long as you have the cooperation of the projectionist, you can turn any theater into a socializing space. This is just a photograph, but there's also kind of a story about this being in 1982. You know, it's dated as an artwork in 1982, but it might have been a negative or existed prior to that. That's, you know, this is in the same time frame, 79. 81 is when Bird Calls is completed. This was going to potentially be, well, just look at it. It's square. And that's the format of a record. Like right now, we don't think about like we don't see a square and automatically think record anymore. But like at the time, I think you would. So even if this was not ever going to actually be on an actual jacket for that LP, it like you could place it there as a viewer because you knew where square images went. At the same time, in the early 80s, I'm like, this is going to be the last slide. In the early 80s, I don't remember exactly when, 81. Okay, so that was 81. Same time as, okay, so yeah, okay, 81, that's when she finished Bird Calls. Okay, so like she made a record of the performance that she started on the street. An LP. It was turned into a piece of pop culture to be reproduced at any party. The Bird Calls. The same year, she had an exhibition at Jankar Kulenschmidt Gallery in Los Angeles. It's described here by Richard Kulenschmidt. She would take an LP of, let's say, La Traviata, which is an opera, or something, and put it on the photo paper and expose it. And then the resulting image would be this white circle in the middle of a black field. Like, this is what I picture. And this is the same time that Louise's arrangements of pictures is happening at Metro Pictures Gallery that the directors of Artist Space went on to found as a commercial enterprise, where it's being tested, you know. I'm sorry, I'm going to refer back to the first page again. The limitations placed on us in a given space are being tested in the arranged pictures. To say, can depictions of other artists' work represent Louise Lawler's practice? And then another question I think is being asked, can you make a picture out of a sound? And then I think this slide, because this is a slide of R.H. Cateman's paintings and Cameron Rowan's sculptures, the sculptures also have something to do with sound. I think the slide is asking, what the arranged pictures was saying is, can the representation of someone else's work constitute their work? Now this is saying, can the constitution of someone else's artwork represent Louise's work? Because I didn't know what this was, but when I saw it, I thought, oh my God, I finally found it. I finally found a picture of those photograms. But they're not. They're not. I'm seeing things. I'm projecting. They're made to reference the windows at the top of the Guggenheim. But then down here, Cameron's sculpture is showing an act of coefficients. So these are irons. Obviously, a lot of people will think of Man Ray when they look at this photography, but it doesn't really have a lot to do with that. Irons with rattles built into their handles, called slave irons, were designed to be used by the enslaved working inside the plantation house to iron the laundry of the masters. While out of sight, the rattle audibly signaled to the master that the slave was working continuously. Removing the rattle was a refusal of this oversight. It's a picture without its sound. And it's a subtraction from public space. When something's put into public space, it can be subtracted and added to. The last thing I wanted to say was about work. Again, here. This was just in the Gonzalez-Torres interview I read last night. It's with Robert Storr if you want to look it up. And it's interesting because you can't tell always who's talking because they're not labeled. But he said he was after the same question that I've been after, which was what is public material? And he and part of the reason for that was this paradox within what we commonly receive as public artwork, which is just big sculptures out in public space, but they're private. And they're not rentals like Cameron's works. Some of Cameron's are. And they're not freely available, and this led him to developing the stacked prints. But he said, so what is public space? Like, nothing's really public because you have to pay for everything. You have to pay to get there. You have to pay to survive. You have taxes. You know, you have to pay to enjoy yourself. You have to pay, you know, and if you're not paying, then you have to work. And he kind of, I think in this exhibition at the Hirshhorn Museum, where he showed, you know, during the culture wars controversy of people being, of homophobia basically censoring art and cutting government funding to artistic practices. He had this exhibition at the Hirshhorn Museum in Washington, D.C., you know, as an out gay artist. And while he was there, he just socialized with everybody around. And some of the people around were workers. They were the guards. And just by being in the space together, him as a private artist, the guards as private workers on the clock, they shared something. He didn't instruct the guards. He didn't lecture them, but they learned what the work was. And then after he left, they communicated that to the viewers. And somehow they did it without censoring it. And they did it without controversy. And they actually got the generally homophobic public of Washington, D.C. and America to receive what he was doing. Because they were just, while they are alienated as workers, they're still people. And it's like, kind of, you know, they're still receivers. And like, even when you're, you know, cold on the street, trying to make $30 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, so trying to make $6, you're still like receiving and transforming what the work is. Okay, I think that concludes my contribution, but if we would like to have a discussion, I'm not sure if we have time for one, but we might be able to. And you can unmute yourselves and just talk if you want to, or you can type in. Domingo shared a star eyes emoji. Cheryl said, thanks, Jason. Lots of great info to think about.
Jason,
Yeah.
when you were mentioning, can an artwork be public materially and not only by situation? It really made me think about the way that sounds are used. So one example I thought of was like the Amen break, but that was kind of pushed into the public, right? So it was a private, you know, it's a sample of a private recording that was used so many times that it became ubiquitous with certain genres.
Yeah.
And I feel the same thing happened with this distembo rhythm that for reggaeton, where it's like the base of reggaeton, but it's actually, because it's coming from dance hall, It's actually a
Yeah.
part of a different system that, they just basically created this whole genre of music based on this one rhythm track.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so when there's like this, I think maybe 6, 7 years ago, the people that wrote that rhythm track took like 300 artists to court, um, to try and claim that this is their copyright material.
Mm-hmm.
It was quickly dismissed, basically, because
Mm-hmm.
there's just
Wow.
like, why are you doing this now?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it also reminded me of just like sounds like, I don't know, like in New York, Funk Flex with the Bikini Atoll recording as like
Mm-hmm.
his like sound cue for everything.
Wait, what's the Bikini Atoll
It,
recording?
it's like the sound recording of the atomic bomb. This is
Okay.
what Funk Flex uses on Hot 97.
Ah.
Yeah.
I mean, also it's like, yeah, sound. I mean, it's an interesting thing because also dub, and like, I mean, modern music, which is to say black music, uh, uses the distributive apparatus of the commodity against its control, or like, against its subjugation. That like records, they get shared, but also like played and contextualized, like recontextualized on every DJ set to like gain context and shift. And yeah, it's like, that's why I think it's so amazing that Bird Calls got made into a record, because it could have been like a reel to reel or a performance or anything, but it became something that could go onto a turntable. And it may or may not go onto a turntable, but it's like, I think it just shows this awareness of the power that sound has, that you're talking about, that music has, and that like was the rage at that time.
Especially in New York City.
Yeah.
Like its impact was like so massive.
Yeah, exactly. And spreading. And it's also New York, it's spreading from New York, but it's also spreading to New York. And like people are immigrating and bringing their sounds and contexts and contextual awareness with them, and like putting it in to the mix that gets exported again. The export thing, it's also interesting to me how the arrangements of pictures shows, if you look, I guess I just read Leia's account of Louise's first show at Metro Pictures, that was like, you encountered actual artworks on the wall, then you encountered photographs of artworks arranged on backdrops that Louise had, and then you went into another room that actually showed works in these private collections, like, and they're like major collectors, I can't remember, like it was like the Manils or something, who maybe at the time didn't have as massive of a collection or influence that they have now, but like looking at like pictures in the gallery, pictures in Louise's home, and pictures in collectors' homes, you see this kind of like import-export device where like things are coming to the gallery and they're like amalgamating and then they're shooting out. And she's like kind of traced the whole system. iPhone said, "Thank you, great questions. Heart Bird Calls, so nice to think about work with all this context." And Cinchia said, "Thank you so much, Jason." I think it's worth just sitting for a moment to, if anybody touches upon something that they want to share. Ilya says, were you able to speak with Lawler directly about her practice ahead of the lecture? No, not really. I mean, I emailed her. I just wanted to check on permission because I thought it was strange. It's noticeable that there aren't any other lectures on her in the DIA archive. And I wondered if that was how, I just wondered about it. And it just seemed like it could be it could be a decree or something, or it could be a preference, and maybe it is a preference, but one thing I got back was that the reception makes the work. Ocean said, thanks, Jason, for the talk. I recently went to a silent film cinema that had an orchestra playing the sound piece to the silent film. It was interesting to experience as you, as the viewer, were sitting on the same level as the orchestra and forgot about the orchestra playing. But since they were out of sight, but still experiencing immersion of the sound and images, but as divided and also not. Thought about the no-image cinema work somehow. Yeah, like I love that you kind of start to forget too. Like you just become habituated, and it just becomes. It almost like the context kind of just recedes from. Like this is my experience with the bird calls in Dia's installation. Like I had spent a good number of hours there, multiple visits. They never receded until this last time that I went, and I didn't sit inside the garden. I got as close as I could to the garden without actually going into the private space. So like without entering the museum, like I was basically on the train tracks. And then from there I could hear everything perfectly fine, but that was the first time that I didn't hear the artwork anymore and I just heard birds. Tina and Park, I see you got cameras on. Did you want to share something before I move into a chat?
This is Tina. Thank you, Jason. This was awesome. And it still is.
Thanks.
But I wanted to ask you what you mean when you say public. Like, what constitutes a public? Is it in opposition to private? Or is it about numbers or a certain type of people? And then I also wanted to know what you think Lawler thinks is reception, and maybe like what you, Jason, thinks constitutes reception. And you don't. You're not. I'm not gonna hold you to it just because you're being recorded. We can just erase it later.
Public. So, what constitutes a public?
Yeah, what's a public to you? And
what?
You know what I mean? Because that seems like a big part of the notion of reception. And I wanna start trying to answer your question about material, but I want to know what public is first, and I also, or what it is to you right now, which could change tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then what do you think Louise Lawler means by reception?
Yeah.
Like, is it like a kind of like, is it an interaction, or like what is reception? Because like, how like after a wedding they say you're having a reception, and you're supposed to be like receiving whoever just got married or something, but a reception is like code word for party,
right?
So I want to know what you think what a reception is, and maybe how it relates to public. But I'm not trying to grill you, so if somebody else says something, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's in the statement that the reception makes the work. So it really is like, I think you could go back to the art coefficient that says that the action by which the artwork gets kind of like freed up to move again, that's the thing that actually makes the work. It's like the artist can do stuff, they can make art, but then the work gets made when it gets freed. And like when it gets to start to do other things, like when
Wait, hold on. Like freed as in made social, or freed
Yeah.
as in like individual, like liberation. Like,
Well,
is there a becoming social that constitutes a reception?
I think so, yeah, because like this is like what art history does, and it's what like artists do when they get influenced. Like it's like they but what I think is really interesting about like this collection of slides is that it shows like, yeah, the reception happens to artwork, but art's not really special. Reception's happening to like everything, and artists are receivers, and that's just what makes the work is receiving. And it is like you can't help but interpolate. Like you can't help but make as you receive because you just are specific. And it's like you get thrown a square, but you just have circle hands, and it just becomes a circle. You just can't hold anything but a square.
Yeah.
So you made something just in trying to catch what someone threw at you.
I love that. I was thinking about the matchbooks as maybe a kind of interception as opposed to a reception, because they like come to this thing that's already. I know it's private, but it's also in public, or whatever people mean when you say that. And then I don't see it as a receiving of. I mean, I guess when people take the books, the matchbooks, then, but it feels like an interception as opposed to a reception.
Totally.
Like she's butting in. And bird calls feels like that too.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was thinking about like who receives the bird calls, because like at least the one that's outside with the trees, like the birds are also receiving it.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe interceiving it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, like for the birds, it's just like it's like injected in there. But I think the thing is, the birds don't hear. It's like you can hear it like a bird, you know, like art can be received in this way that is not artistic. Like you can sometimes forget that you're seeing like an abstract painting and just see like, oh, like that wall's got a lot of color on it. It's like a red square, like a red rectangle on the wall. Like that's a red rectangle. That rectangle is red. Yeah, like, and that's happening. I think that's kind of the public thing too, like that's happening around. It's always surrounding the kind of like private, the intimate like context, or like the specific, where like the red rectangle now is like a certain painting by a certain someone or something. It's also a red rectangle. I don't know, I think. But then the thing is, so it's like, it's also a red rectangle, but then it's like, you're a guard at the Hirshhorn, like you have to stand for 10 hours a day, or like, you have to make sure people don't smudge the red rectangles and stuff, and like, but like, and it's like, you've got a job to do, but then you might, I don't, you know, like there's a lot of artists who were guards, like at museums, like especially talking about like rectangles. Like I think Robert Ryman was a guard at a museum in New York, and I guess it was pretty important for him. But it's like what everybody with a job does, that like, it's just like, someone was saying the other day that like, just by moving around, there's something that happens neurologically, that you just do this processing. Oh yeah, my friend Ange Bedak was saying this, that there's something that just happens automatically in the brain, that when you move around, and you execute nervous, like, commands, the brain, like, gets pulled in, and it can process stuff. And it's like this thing that was discovered that, like, people tend to process emotions after, like, a walk, or like having certain motions done to their bodies, or but it's like, it's just unavoidable. Like, you get, like, I think that's also the thing about art, is that it's unavoidable. And that's kind of like something, I think maybe the unavoidable in the, or something, or that those things that just happen no matter what are kind of like public things. Like, you can't get to the Schnabel lecture without getting to the Schnabel lecture. You can't get in without getting there. And like, you know, like, but even if you don't physically go there, you have to kind of like transport yourself, like, mentally to the framework of like a Julian Schnabel lecture. And for most, like, for like, for a lot of people, and like most of his audience, that is not an issue. And then some people, it is. Like, some people, no matter how many times they go to the auditorium that he's at, they won't be able to get in, like, in multiple ways. Like, they cannot get into it. They can't physically, there's like just something that physically, they can't physically get in, no matter how many times they get there. Yeah. Or like me, like, I couldn't get in. Like, it's just like, it takes time. Like, you can expose yourself as much as you want with barrier free, but still just, it just doesn't hit until eventually maybe you change, or like things line up and it does hit.
This is Park speaking. I'm looking for the react button of hearts, but I can't find it. So I'll just audibly describe the heart reaction. Thanks a lot for this lecture, Jason.
Thank you.
I have another question if nobody has one. I just want to know what happened to the horse painting. Because somebody
I think
once
it went
told me-
back. Oh,
It did? Okay, somebody told me one time that, when I was looking at that show, that they were in the office of Artist Space for a while.
oh wow.
But
I know.
what happened.
Yeah, that could be, because I know the thing about it is, I think that contact was made with, like, it wasn't easy, like, until it was easy. Like, I think that Louise, or maybe other people, tried to get in touch many times, and they tried, like, a lot of different people, and they kind of just, I don't even know if they were resistant, if they were just like, I don't have time for that, I got horse stuff to do. But then somebody was into it, and somebody at the track was supportive and was like, oh yeah, oh cool, yeah, like, I can get you a painting. And so I think it could be, I think maybe that person was into art, maybe, or got into art because of it. Like, that, I think the person that made the loan did actually constitute a transit from one audience to another. And I'm sure a lot of people heard the story and then, were like, oh, there's a horse track here? I'm going. Nate Milstein said, thanks, Jason. Interesting Chris Darkangelo proposed photo emulsion wall work in relation to the word receiving that continues to come up and its relationship to photography. Wondering if you thought about it all in relation to Lawler's windows acting as a camera obscura projecting across the street. Do you know why he had to make a concession to paste the work up as opposed to print it? Yeah, this is a really interesting and cool story. I'm actually going to pull my slides up again here, because this is one thing I wanted to talk about. like this, it actually constituted being in public space. Right here. Let me think. Okay, so I think the reason why I can't remember if I'm making this up or if I read this, but I think there was something about, so like Chris's full gesture at Artist Space was remove his name from all of what he called the propaganda. But by doing that, you know, he removes his name, then he shows, because now you can see in absence, you can see what the propaganda of Artist Space is. You can at least see where it goes, because now there's a blank space traveling around, and that's odd. But then at Artist Space, oh, there was also a catalog, which is underneath here, which has a logo on it, the logo that they use now that Louise designed. It's an A inside of a circle, but it's like kind of like Futura. It's like modern font. It's not like a hand-drawn A, like an anarchist A. The catalog had blank pages too. So like these are these two things that do, like, they go out from the space. They're like part of the export. And he withheld his presence there. You know, like maybe he was obstinate to it, or maybe he was refusing, but or maybe he was just doing something different that shows the function of the separation, or like what he said, or of the differentiation. But then in the gallery, you know, he actually did make an artwork, which was this text, and then the text was meant to be put, like, not just like put in the space, but like made inseparable. And I think he was thinking of multiple ways of doing it, but the way that he found was this photographic product that that like he just found that there was already like an existing product that was made to make images, or that made any surface receptive. It was like it was just photographic emulsion, but it had a slogan like something like, you can even print on a rock, or something like that. Print on a wall, print on a book, print on wood, you can even print on a rock. And he and it was like, it becomes part of it. So like it became like, yeah, the text was like, you know, it was like, by a projective apparatus, like this is just how photography works, and it's like by projecting onto something, the projection gets felt and the feeling becomes apparent. So like I see this thing as like, it's almost like he's talking to the walls, but the walls hear him, like, as they say walls do, right? He tried and so he needed the space to be dark because it's light sensitive emulsion. He'd be doing this at night, and I guess there's a story that Louise also needed to work at night because she was doing this light projection, and she would get ready, like get her clothes on, you know, like have her whole day, and then at the time where she would get ready for bed, she would get dressed to go to Artist Space to work, and then she'd sit by the phone and wait for Chris and his girlfriend Kathy to call and say, hey, we're done, you can come do the lights now. But they would oftentimes not call, like, because it wasn't working. They'd be there just trying to figure it out. So she lived on Greenwich Street, and Artist Space was on Hudson Street. Okay, so I'm going to pull it up on Google Maps. this is kind of gratuitous. But like that, isn't that kind of awesome? Like, so she lived here. She'd walk here? No, she would walk like this, I would think. And it was just like, she'd be doing this walk at night, like whenever it got dark, the time when you don't want to go on the street was the time that she'd be starting to get ready to go over there. And then it kind of like changed like her experience of being home to being like waiting to go. Like, I don't know, like it kind of like inverted it. Then the other thing was that she programmed, I think maybe this is kind of like, I don't know, this seems like something I would gather from having to do this, having to walk over there like really late at night because like you had been waiting for half the night, that she decided to say the program of the lights was to turn on, I think it's when the gallery opens, but then turn off at midnight. So there's like a long period when it's just projecting a blank screen or like a unoccupied. There's no shadow, there's no human shadow being projected onto the place across the street, like here. So there was a timer that was supposed to turn the lights on and off, but it broke. And that meant that Louise would go every night and make this walk in 1978. And it's like, I just imagine like you're doing this walk and you're processing things. And I think that the bird calls probably, I don't know if the bird calls was destined to be finished in 1981 in 1978 when this walk had to happen every night, but it was earlier that year that this walk had to happen because like Pier 18 was like somewhere down here. This wasn't Battery Park at the time, but this walk was happening earlier that year, and that's the walk, or no, earlier in 1972, and that's the walk where Bird Calls was developed. This is the migration route. Yeah. Thanks, Nate. And Leah says, this has been great, Jason. Really appreciate hearing your reception of the work. Thanks, Leah. Leia, sorry. I'm going to give it like 10 seconds and then we'll cut. If anybody else wants to jump on the silence. Just put a emoji in if you want to. Thanks, Domingo. Thank you. Thank you, Dean, Chase, and Stephanie. Thank you, Marin. Thanks, Benji, Sidion. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Harris and Keenan, Robert, Josephine. Thank you, Dia Art Foundation. Thank you, David Johnson. Thank you, Ellen Shu. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Gilia. Thank you, Milan. Thank you, iPhone. Thank you, Saracija. Thanks, Nick Irvin. Thank you, E. Relis. This is another bird call, says Benji. Yeah, like, this is cool. I think this is cool right here. Like, this is public space. Richard, cheers. When I was talking about An Evening with Julian Schnabel, I thought that related to Chris's Apple performance directly, because the performance came with a text that said that it asked, what does it mean to be invited? What does it mean to be uninvited? And then, would you like to buy an apple? But it's like the matchbooks, they enter uninvited. There's like an understanding. There's an understanding that like exclusion is actually something to work with. We got people coming in. There's people coming in now as others are going out. And Domingo says, but the matchbooks still exist today, and we are still excluded since An Evening with Julian was in the past. True. Yes. Like the matchbooks, they do the thing. They do the object thing, that they're now still here to be interpolated, and who knows like what's going to happen with them. And of course the lecture probably can be somewhat recovered to be made live again or to be manipulated, but yeah, it's like the exterior surround is the thing that really persists. Like that's kind of, to me, really the real perpetuity, or the real posterity. It's also like, now that we're here and the talk is over, we don't know what's going to happen. But there's a lot of us here. So like art coefficients, I had a hard time figuring out the tracings for a long time, but I kind of figured them out recently. Or I mean, it's not that I figured them out, but I just figured my own thing out with them. But they, like I think, so we can see that in the photographs, Lawler interpolates other artworks. That it's like she doesn't show the complete artwork. She shows a view on it. It's incomplete, and the stuff that's left out gets filled in, or it gives us something to work with. So that's fairly obvious in her photographs of artworks, but then in the adjusted to fit works, she interpolates her own stuff. It's like it's not you wouldn't ever think that a photograph, the dimensions of a negative, they're not supposed to change. I mean, you can crop, but the relations from emulsion grain to emulsion grain, they're never supposed to change. Like if you enlarge it, these bits of emulsion stay in the same relation to each other. And if you make it smaller, they stay in the same relation. When you stretch it, that's like the thing that's not really supposed to happen, or so they say, but there's enlargers that are made specifically to do that. But it's outside of the normative thinking about what a photographic image is. So this way that she has recovered art coefficients from her own work by making it fit the dimensions of a space that is going to receive it. Like sometimes it happens in a book. Most of the time it happens on a wall. Like the dimensions of the wall now determine the dimensions of the photograph, and they change the relational field that all of the individual particles of photographic information have. But this artwork, it's untitled 2006. It's a pretty awesome extreme view, but it's still, I understand the spatial representation when I look at that. I can tell I'm looking down the length of a hollow structure made out of wood hanging on the wall, and there's a wall behind it of windows. That makes sense spatially to me. But then there's a tracing of that. That just completely blows it up. View file. That's completely new. That's not, to me, I don't see space anymore. I see now, I see flat. I just see something completely different. I don't think I can recover a tubular sculpture sitting on the wall. I can barely even get windows off of the back wall anymore. And this is done by an illustrator who looks at the negative or looks at the photograph and has to decide what gets traced, the bricks, what line of a brick gets traced. Here it looks like it's mostly the bottom and right edges of every brick, to kind of try and do a certain kind of spatial rendering, but it's even more incomplete now. And to me, what's so cool about this is like I wouldn't really think you could make such an abstract drawing out of a photograph, or that it would become that abstract just by tracing it. But it does, and it's just like still alive. Marin asks, because I said they're quoting me, there's an understanding that exclusion is something to work with, and asks, like, how do you, Jason, work with exclusion? Well, I like, well, on one hand, I mean, I just use it's like a fairly conventional idea of working of like the joy of marginality. That's present. But I think for me, it's like an awareness of exclusion also constitutes an awareness of inclusion, and like it becomes like situations where these are like the terms of any kind of event. Like there are things that happen inside its effect and things that happen outside. Knowing that is a dynamic of the event, I feel like as an artist, it becomes something like it becomes material. So like I'm really interested in like the non-experience of my work. So like I had an exhibition where I paid all of the visitors with Ilya Zaharov, who's in the chat, and he in the Zoom call, he produced this exhibition for me at his gallery in Freiburg called Kaiserwache, and we just did it like this. Like we had phone calls like this. We would just chat for a long time. Eventually we hit on this idea to like try just remunerating the audience, to just pay them for their work, basically. That like, this is the thing that we need done. They're the provider of the thing. So we started paying them for it. And he negotiated payment with every visitor. But then we realized, or we eventually came to attend to the people who don't see the show, because like people who have not seen an exhibition make up its audience as much as the people who have seen it, because like they're the ones who still can see it, but they're also like the ones who they make like unknowing makes knowledge sensible. That like, just like when there's a fire in the back room, like you can tell the people who know there's a fire in the back room because they're acting completely differently than the people who don't know, and it makes the knowledge apparent that it's like something to know. So the non-viewers, we commissioned a few non-viewers who agreed that they would not see the show. And I wonder, Sean Lockwood was one of them, and I wonder if he's here. I don't see, maybe. So Sean, yeah, like they exchanged information, and Ilya paid him, and then Sean kind of figured out that he kind of would have to do something else instead of seeing the show, so he did that and then documented it and shared it. It was also sort of like payment. No, It's confusing. Anyways. It became this whole other context where, like, the exchange now became. It was a performance that I think it actually was that Ilya attended a soccer match as payment to Sean for Sean to not see our exhibition. And then, like, another way I'm interested in the exterior is like this artwork I have called Car that just like transports people away from the gallery. And like they don't even, like they don't have to see the show to use the car. But if they have seen the show, it's transporting their experience out into the beyond of others who have not seen the or of a space that is not the show and that has not seen the show. But it could also transport people away too, and it's just that action away from the show that like defines it as a thing that could have been gone to in the first place or experienced in the first place. Or like the first time that I was supposed to do this talk, the park got shut down because there was thunder and lightning. So we couldn't do it there. And like it was in, the closure that we did get to have like an interesting experience at Shake Shack near the Whitney under the High Line, which was like where there was shelter and where I kind of was the place I was familiar with that had like facilities like a bathroom and burgers. And so we just had the talk there, but it was in a completely different context that like really heavily inflected the talk. Yeah, it's cool when you get turned away from something now. It kind of makes anything possible. Or you just have to figure things out. Because that's like, you have to. Like, it becomes a creative, it becomes your time receives your creativity because like you just have to do something else. You can't escape that fact. Like even though you had the time slotted out to see the movie got canceled, and now you have to invent something else to do. And it's not so hard. Like you can just go see a different movie, or there's tons of stuff to do. But then there's also these times when exclusion upon exclusion compile and you're left with almost no alternative but to invent a way to pass the time. I'm turning my audio on to the mode that makes it push everything through. Like instead of canceling the noise. So I opened the window. And maybe you can hear cars driving by or trees in the wind. Can you hear the voices? Nice. I think I'm picking up some radio waves here. I'm gonna try and read Chris's text from Artist Space. It's handwritten notes here because he didn't want the printed text was supposed to be only in Artist Space and nowhere else. But I guess like his family and friends who authorized this publishing decided it's okay to share the note versions, and this is the same thing I found in his archive before I found the printed ones. So I know it's a little bit different, but it's just amazing. You can see like it's on half a sheet of paper that's like torn in half. Yeah. Let me try adjusting my mic. Does that sound better? Much better. Okay. This idea that an object can be seen better in an austere space is common in the exhibition of 20th century art and is supported by both artists and institutions that show art. The limitation placed on both the objects you see, hear, and yourself is that the visual is primary. That is to say that although an object has many properties, and you have the ability to perceive more than one property at the same time, the visual is pushed to the foreground. In our homes and our work, regardless of location or function, the mechanisms of our own lives depends on the system. Once having arrived at this view, all places and activities become political. But it is important to see that at the same time, all places and activities have attributes other than political. Works of art are no more political than teacups. The government invests our money to maintain itself, and at the same time to maintain the full social, cultural, and economic system, capitalism. This is the same system that, the line ends. Taking this idea one step further, it is not possible for anyone to say that they support only a part of the system. In our homes and our work, regardless of location or function. Taking this idea one step further, it is not possible for anyone or any group not to support the system as long as the system exists. Being in a public space, when any work is open to the public or shown, it is open to physical discourses. Because of this fact, you may, if you wish, add or subtract from this work. I would like to thank Kathy Weiner, for without her help, this work would not come to pass. Propaganda/context. Context/propaganda about this work. This work may or may not be a work of art. This work is the removal of all propaganda about this work. This work is propaganda. The frame of this work is the frame of the propaganda about this work. This work is propaganda in its context, that is, in artist space. The process by which this work is installed on the wall is the same as the process by which the plate for the printing of the catalog would have been made. The negative used for making the printing plate was in this case used to print this work on the wall. Only one copy of this work exists. All type and negative were destroyed when this print was made. Artist space receives its main support from tax dollars. There is a connection between government money and private money being that which supports galleries and museums. The government supports by its ideology capitalism, the very system artist space claims does not support the art and artists it shows. Once it is understood that the support artist space and that of galleries and museums are one and the same. I gotta look at this for a second. Are one and the same. Once it is understood that the support of artist space and the support of galleries and museums are one and the same, a discourse for change may be opened. That will arrive at a tangible result, i.e., revolution. There are 2 points in this that are important in terms of ideologue. One is I can't read this word. Is erkablasti. One is kreblati. Creable. One is something, and the other is artist space's relationship to the existing system. That is galleries and museums. One is credibility, and the second is artist space's relationship to the existing system of galleries and museums. To the point of credibility, credibility must be seen by the viewer. Credibility in the form of propaganda, that is, that foresees as serious new art. It can help to mislead you, for art in general or works of art shown at artist space need to be seen as serious or new or art. To the point of artist space's relationship to the existing system, it is implied in the brochure that the artist will show at artist space that the artists who show at artist space are being excluded from the existing system. It further implies that what you see here you will not see in galleries or museums. This may not be the case for individual artists, but the support for artist space is in an indirect way the same as the support for galleries and museums. So what's in a name, artist space? A space for artists to see objects more clearly. Wait, are you an artist? For me, anyone reading this text is a viewer. You might be a butcher, a baker, or an artist. Artist space is supported by tax dollars. The notion that government money is independent of the conflicts of money from private money is also implied. That the government does not support the capitalist system and that freedom exists with government sponsorship seem to be untrue. In fact, the US government is the strongest supporter of capitalism in the world. And as to whether there is any freedom anywhere in this country, that is yet to be seen. Design, name, propaganda. Design and name can show the function of space, but in a broader sense, it is propaganda that will show its function. Propaganda is a method for the spread of certain ideas, doctrines, etc., or the ideas, doctrines, etc. so spread. It is more difficult to follow the connection between propaganda and function because propaganda may come from outside the limitations of a space. That is, any works, including this one that is shown in artist space, become propaganda for artist space. Because propaganda may be seen by its viewer without their direct contact with the space, without the viewer's direct contact with the space to which the propaganda refers. In the case of artist space, there are many pieces of propaganda that can be looked at, but this text will only concern itself with one. Artist Space Committee for the Visual Arts brochure for 1978-1979. That's the brochure that had the A on the outside, I think, that was black with the A that Louise designed, that had blank pages in it for the space that this text was supposed to take up. So where are you? You are in a space that is designed to make any object in the space more visible. So what's in a name? Is in this case the name artist space. It's literal. It is a space for artists. At this moment, you are a viewer. You may be a butcher, a baker, or an artist. But if you are not an artist, because for the design and name, this space is for artists. As we know, a lawyer who defends himself has a fool for a client. Going one step further, it is a bank owned by City Corporation who has invested in... there's a bank owned by City Corporation. People who have invested in Citibank, in this case of the name... Whoa, I can't understand this. Going one step further, it is a bank owned by City Corporation. People who invested in Citibank, period. In the case of the name artist space, this tricky problem of a space without function or space for the sake of space returns. By using the word space in the name, the idea is given that the space is unqualified. This has been shown not to be for design as well as name. The name gives function and helps qualify space. Also, when the word artist is added to the word space, the space is fully qualified by its name, artist space. Unlike Citibank, artist space is not directly invested in by artists. It is supported by federal and state tax dollars and some private money. Nor is it controlled by artists, although artists do have a greater input into what happens at artist space. What does seem to be the case is that artist space is for artists, a space for artists to show or make visible their objects and works of art to themselves and each other. Through design, one aspect of function has been made visible. Now look at the artist space. It is important to note that most names do not include the word space, yet space is what is being classified by a name. That is, Citibank does not call itself Citibank Space, but in fact the location of a Citibank is a space. That's function is that of a bank. As I stated before, name and design help to make the division. First, look at design. Although the rooms you have passed through are architecturally complex, that is to say that there are many doors, windows, and walls and corners, the walls are painted white, and there is no furniture, with the exception of the desk in the reception room. One could say that the design of the space is to show the space to have no function. At this point, one must be careful, for all this austerity can show the function of this space. The idea that an object alone is more visible than any object in a group. Following this idea, it can be seen through the design of artist space, one aspect of its function that is to help us to see better the objects placed in the space. This is an idea which has been common in 20th century art. Go and look at the design of galleries or modern museums. You will find this to be true without exception. It is especially true in galleries where it is economically important that the merchandise is highly visible. Four texts for artist space. Artist space. Where are you and what's in a name? Space is a common commodity. In our current social context, we divided space by name and design to fill specific functions, that is, street, house, store, bank, museum. Once having made these divisions, it is often difficult to ascertain their meaning or to follow the connections of one space to another. At this time, you are in a divided space, artist space. Your reason for being here can be one of many, but your being here subjects you to the limitations based on the function of the space. Now, can we see its function? How can we know its limitations? Text, artist space, about this work. This text is only one part. This work is not an illusion or a conceptual game. This work is an attempt to show secondary information in its primary context. Oh, let's see here. Max had to leave 20 minutes ago. He is the AV specialist at DIA. And it's just us in here now. Does anyone need to use the bathroom? I do. So who's still here? I think everyone from Dia is gone. Keenan's... Keenan? Keenan? I put your phone in. Nick... Raffle is still here. Oh, were you iPhone? Nice. And is Ethan with you? Cool. And Nick Irvin. We got 2 Nicks, a Park. So, and it looks like Tina's still here too. Yeah. Marin's still here. The weather's been pretty awesome in the New York area this weekend, which is why Park's outside, and I should have had the window open the whole time. I was certain that there would be birds outside when I opened the window, but I can't believe that there weren't any, because they're normally so loud, especially around now. I guess it's a little early. Park was trying to get bird sounds. Thank you. Where are they? They are? Yeah, so what's everyone gonna do now? Nap time. Rollerblading. I heard that people in the South call a nap from 4 to 6 p.m. a charmer. And it's like something you do so that you'll be charming at dinner. Park's checking out the plants. In the North, we call a charmer rollerblading. Park's showing off our garden. And like on the side that's by her, there's fence, but on the other side it's just rope. And it works for deer, but I realized it doesn't work for rabbits, so I need to find some more fence material to try to keep the rabbits out from the other side. And that's what I'm gonna do after this. I think I'll take it off of some trees and other stuff in the garden, like there over by that rock. There's some that could be used. I think, yeah, it's still recording. Wow, nice grass view. Whoa, dude. That was Jesus.
that a snake? Wow.
Butterfly? Oh, you're back. I just made an artwork, and I found a note about an old artwork that I made. I found a note of an idea for an artwork from a long time ago. Like, I'm not sure when. I'm gonna add the artwork I just made to the note. And then I'm gonna end the stream. End the lecture.